by AI and which requires human input. So, and the second one, and I will go back to each of them, the second one is to be able to articulate systemic reasons why AI can or cannot be used for certain types of problems. Okay? The third one is one must be able to formulate synthetic techniques and tactics for solving problems which integrate both AI and human input. This is what AI literacy means, and we need to actually, the readiness that we're talking about must include all this. Again, it cannot be at the level of readiness that simply is knowing or being able to use. Because being able to use is actually, you don't have to teach and don't spend a lot of effort in like having to teach AI. Some teaching may be necessary, but it's not a huge investment. The huge investment is about truly literacy. Why? Only by having these three parts of literacy, you will have responsibility. So what does it mean that you can, that you know which problems can be adequately solved by AI and which require human input? I think everyone, or the ones that we are educating with this, must know and apply the principles by which such determination is made. Okay? So a key reason why problems may not be suitable to AI is that AI relies on data. So that understanding alone is super important, I think, and I think we haven't highlighted enough in our education, that AI relies on data. And therefore, if you are to determine which problems actually can be solved by AI and which cannot be solved by AI, you have to look at the nature of the problem as well as the nature of the data. If the data is limited currently, or the data is of poor quality, there's a lot of error in the data, or there is pre-existing biases in the data, or there is something that's very new that hasn't been inputted into the data, then this problem should not be solved by AI. So that understanding must be given in order for us to be ready. And notice, if you have this understanding, then you would be responsible in actually using the AI. You will be responsible in knowing, I should not ask AI to solve that problem. I should have asked human input to solve the problem because the existing data is biased, or because the existing data has a lot of errors in it. On the second one, articulating systemic reasons why AI can or cannot be used for certain types of problems, the student, or the one who's learning, obviously, whether it's a young child or adult, must know that artificial intelligence model work by identifying statistical irregularities. Okay? AI, in many different reincarnations you have seen today, is still about statistical regularities. So if there are irregularities in the data sets, then it will not work well. Okay? And also, if you think about, you want to make a new, let's say, scientific discoveries, the data actually shows, meaning historical data about scientific discovery shows that these kinds of things are actually usually outliers. So they don't come out of statistical regularities. Let me give you an example. We cannot discover semiconductor by looking at the statistical regularities of what was happened there. Right? So semiconductors was actually discovered through an outlying thinking and through like a new thinking. If you use only statistical regularities of the things that are available then, of the data that's available then, you will never come up with semiconductors, with chips. Okay. On skill 3, formulating synthetic techniques and tactics for solving problems, this one requires a lot of explanations, but the nutshell is that in the future, and it seems already now, where AI becomes commonplace, most professional activity of well-educated graduates will focus on problems which are not solvable by AI. Right? But this doesn't mean that AI will not be helpful in solving them. So the complete solution of a problem will often involve humans using AI as a support, and likely humans using AI as an input. AI will generate some inputs, and the humans will have to make use of that. Right? This goes all the way from bookkeeping and secretarial tasks to supplying encyclopedic facts and conducting queries through database. Okay? So generally speaking, I think humans are better at open-ended problems, whereas AI has an advantage in the precise and narrowly defined problems. Of course, that changes all the time, but that is generally speaking how it works. And so humans must actually be sharper and more educated in what humans can do best, and that is actually thinking about an open-ended problem and making use of the AI, and also be very smart and making use of the AI to solve a very narrow doesn't mean bad, very close problems. So it also loops to the first one, that you have to know what problems is solved best by you, what problem is solved best by AI. This is what I think AI literacy means, and this is what I think we need to focus on, creating policy that can create an ecosystem for this AI literacy. And so that I can be very concrete, right? What is the outcome of this AI literacy education? One outcome, there are a number, but I'm just going to say one today, is that if one is trained well, if one is AI literate, then one must be able to interpret and evaluate AI-generated recommendations. This is true for everyday users. So if the AI says to you, oh, why don't you use this technique to heal your hurting knee? You must be able to say, do I believe that AI-generated recommendations? Is that something that I can truly use? All the way to policymakers. If you got an AI-generated recommendations about what policies or what data that you need to employ, do you really believe on it? Can you evaluate it well? So that's a very concrete measurement of whether, so when we think about victims of hoax, this is what I mean by ability or non-ability or lack of ability to interpret and evaluate AI-generated recommendations. Basically, all those things that hoax are AI-generated recommendations. You don't think about it as recommendations, but they are. They are what AI generated for you, and how can you actually truly evaluate? How can we actually evaluate it? That's a measurable outcome that one can measure whether your AI literacy education works. Okay. So this is on the AI literacy, and I will not talk about the other two. Maybe in some other occasions I will talk about them. But in general, I think what we have to understand is that AI is a tool. It's not a hype. What do I mean by this? We just have heard the words for ASEAN is AI for humanity. And that what really is, when we think about AI for humanity, is that we should be able to use AI for humanity in the best way that it can possibly be done. It's not a hype. That means it's not that everything you do must be done based on AI. There are problems. If you are able to know which problems are best solved by AI and which problems are best solved by humans, and which problem requires the inputs of both, which problem requires the 70% of AI, 30% of humans, or vice versa, if you are able to do that, then you understand that AI truly is for the benefit of humanity. It's a tool. It's not a hype. It's not something that we have to do in every single thing that we do. We use it when it's actually useful, when it's actually going to benefit humanity, when it's actually going to increase our productivity and efficiency, when it's actually going to increase our economy, and not the other way around. Okay. So eventually, we humans must define the questions that can be answered by AI and understand questions that's best answered by us humans. If we can achieve this balance, if we can create educational policy that actually really nurture this. So when we think about should we actually educate our young children with classes of coding, well, I think the answer is that what does that coding really give? If that coding really gives about how to operate and use, I don't think that's the best way. Because next week, the coding is actually already changing. But if that coding class is actually given so that the children actually understand the principles of how AI works, that it relies on data, on the quality of data, on statistical regularities, then actually that is something that's very useful. So I wish you all the best discussions for today, that we can achieve a balance between regulation and progress and prosperity for ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Her Excellencies, for a very insightful keynote speech about AI. So I think I would like to also underline and quote from Her Excellency, and she was saying that AI is actually not a tool. AI is actually a tool and not a hype. So to find the balance is exactly what we need to find in order to make sure that AI can be beneficial for the humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed VIP guests for gracing us with your presence today in this very special moment. Your support and insight have truly enriched this occasion. At this time, we understand that our distinguished guests have prior engagement to attend, so as such, we kindly invite them to make their way to their next commitments. Meanwhile, our programs will continue with the next segment, and we encourage all attendees to stay and enjoy the rest of the event. We also have prepared coffee break outside of this room on the left and also on the right of this room. So all of the VIPs, you may go to the left side for the coffee break, and the rest of the participants and also LIPs can go to for the coffee break. And we will have 10 minutes of coffee break. So after 10 minutes, we will also welcome back all of the participants and also the local implementing partners to come back on this very venue to continue to the next event. We look forward to welcome you back, and for now, you can enjoy the coffee break.
A lot of the information are through digital, but we don't have any access with interpretation or text. So everything that we consume, mostly we don't understand what was that.
Concern over the toxic environment cultivated in the online community and the risk brought forth by misinformation and disinformation in times of crises, I knew I had to make a difference.
Fake news creators and scammers are certainly not stopping. In fact, they're getting increasingly creative as they get better at their job.
In today's world, audience can be easily identified and be targeted through algorithm tools and social network platforms.
Our role here in Singapore is to grow a community of master trainers. Over the years, we've met hundreds of purpose-driven leaders who want to make change but don't quite know where or how to start. And that's where Bamboo Builders comes in. We provide exposure, training, and consulting to leaders from schools, to corporates, to foundations across ASEAN.
With this program knowledge, I can better guide my students to develop critical thinking while expounding the goodness of digital space. I feel it's important to strike a balance between the digital world and our own reality. ASEAN Digital Literacy Program has also reminded me personally that the only way of defense is vigilance. If we can impact many with the greater knowledge of defense through education and empowerment, this can help to fail any scam attempts and deter perpetrators from profiting.
I knew the topic of digital literacy was of great importance, but I was pleasantly surprised to see the degree of interest shown by fellow Filipino youths. The conditions were ripe to launch a youth-led campaign against misinformation and disinformation. The Digi Ready campaign is supported by the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program. The students instantly engaged with the topic, reaching over 130,000 online users through social media campaign and receiving the crucial support of over 40 hardworking volunteers who pushed the campaign forward.
Sign language is very important for us as a deaf people, because by sign language we can share more and access more things, and we can grow as a deaf community better. We want to understand more about digital literacy because it's the root cause of sexual violence through online. Our program, Tuli Bijak Berdigital, is to educate about the basic things for deaf people to understand about digital literacy so they can be more wise using their digital world. After we educate them, we're trying to challenge them by making contents for educating other deaf people so they can understand more. By making the contents, more information will be spreading out through from one deaf to another deaf, so they are more aware about that.
We, the youth, are a critical force in the Philippines and the broader ASEAN community. We need to take an active role in pushing forward digital literacy in our society.
Bamboo Builders hopes to continue playing our part in this fight against misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, so that together as a community, we can safeguard our loved ones from the dangers of the internet.
Through inclusive education and digital literacy program, lives can be improved or even turned around for the better.
Please keep support deaf in ASEAN and also sign language in each countries.
Là một giáo viên ở cấp trung học phổ thông, đối tượng của là các bạn đang trong độ tuổi vị thành niên, các bạn sử dụng mạng xã hội rất là nhiều. Đặc biệt là đối với tôi là một giáo viên môn lịch sử, có rất là nhiều những cái thông tin xuyên tạc hoặc là những cái thông tin bịa đặt liên quan đến lịch sử của dân tộc. Thì tôi thường liên hệ cho học sinh những cái thông tin giả, thông tin xấu như vậy và giúp cho học sinh biết cách phân biệt tin thật, tin giả và biết cách xác thực cái thông tin đó cũng như là nắm chắc và tuyên truyền những cái sự thật lịch sử của dân tộc.
Saya sendiri sebagai korban bencana juga ya gitu, menemukan ada banyak sekali berita hoax gitu ya yang masuk ke WA saya pribadi, dan juga memang Cianjur dapat kondisi yang khusus ya. Kita mendapatkan bencana gempa yang luar biasa dan akhirnya kita menemukan berita hoax terkait kebencanaan.
Từ chương trình kỹ năng số ASEAN thì tôi đã có rất là nhiều kiến thức, có thêm nhiều những cái hiểu biết về thực trạng sử dụng Internet cũng như là sử dụng mạng xã hội của thế giới cũng như là của Việt Nam. Khi mà triển khai thực hiện chương trình ngoại khóa kỹ năng số ASEAN đối với học sinh của trường Trần Phú, thực sự thì tôi cũng không có nghĩ đến là sẽ tác động các bạn học sinh khuyết tật hay là những cái đối tượng mà yếu thế trong xã hội. Nhưng mà khi trong quá trình mà thực hiện chương trình ấy, Sau khi mà tôi đặt ra một câu hỏi và bạn Lương giơ tay trả lời, rồi câu trả lời của bạn ấy rất là đúng trọng tâm và rất là hay và khiến cho các thầy cô giáo cũng như là các bạn học sinh rất là hào hứng, thì thật sự tôi thấy đấy là một điều rất là bất ngờ.
Ấn tượng đầu tiên của em đối với chương trình này đó là một chương trình rất bổ ích, và em cảm thấy rằng là chương trình nó không có gì mà khó khăn để mọi người có thể biết được về các kỹ năng số đâu. Thì nội dung của cái chương trình đó là nói về tin giả, tin xấu và phân biệt được giữa tin giả và tin tốt, tin chính thống. Là sau khi chương trình kỹ năng số ASEAN xong ấy, thì em đã cảm thấy tự tin, thậm chí là bố mẹ em còn cho em độc lập để xem được những trang web giả, những trang web không chính thống, và để biết phân biệt được giữa tin chính thống và tin giả.
Pada saat itu saya merasakan keresahan-keresahan dengan bermunculan berita-berita yang kurang benar. Kami sangat membutuhkan sekali pengetahuan tentang literasi digital karena sangat sulit membedakan mana berita hoaks dan bukan hoaks. Kami menerima materi literasi digital dari kami itu di dalam tenda. Materi yang kami terima pada saat itu melalui handphone langsung dan ada juga melalui game. Gamesnya itu berupa bermain ular tangga. Orang tua di sana mengikuti games tersebut. Setiap langkahnya mereka ada satu pertanyaan, lalu pertanyaan dijawab lagi oleh Kak Aminah.
Jadi dengan mereka bermain, mereka terpancing untuk memahami tentang penggunaan digital mereka sehari-hari itu seperti apa. Karena ada banyak sekali isu gunung gede mau meletus lah, isu tentang gempa susulan, dan isinya bisa memecah belah antar masyarakat yang ada di Cianjur itu sendiri. Dari situ kita mulai gerak untuk mengkhususkan untuk ADLP ini, materinya adalah literasi digital khususnya tentang hoaks kebencanaan. Orang tua itu sudah sangat terbatas kapasitasnya, kecakapannya terhadap teknis digital kita, sehingga alangkah baiknya anak-anak muda ini yang mau membantu para orang tua untuk melindungi mereka dari permasalahan digital gitu ya.
Đó là các bạn hãy phân biệt xem tin đó là có phải tin thật không. Bạn xem nếu như là tin thật thì đó sẽ là tin mà có tích xanh, có nhiều like, nhiều thích và nhiều theo dõi. Còn nếu như là tin đó không phải là tin chính thống, tin thật thì chắc chắn đó chính là tin giả. Mọi người đừng có bấm vào những đường link giả đó.
Và dường như là Lương đã truyền cảm hứng được cho toàn thể các bạn tham gia vào trong chương trình đấy, và hơn 1.400 học sinh ở trường Trần Phú trong buổi ngoại khóa đấy thực sự là đã được tiếp nhận những cái thông tin rất là hữu ích từ chương trình, và tôi cảm thấy rằng là mình đã rất là thành công khi mà cái hiệu quả của chương trình đem đến ngoài sức mong đợi của mình.
Em cũng về học tập liên quan đến những an ninh mạng, những tin giả, tin xấu. Thậm chí là em còn nói với bố mẹ về những thông tin giả, tin xấu và phân biệt được giữa tin giả và tin thật nó như thế nào.
Là cơ hội để cho chúng ta hội nhập, nhưng đấy cũng chính là một cái thách thức để chúng ta phải biết bảo vệ mình và tham gia mạng xã hội một cách an toàn.
Semoga kedepannya semakin banyak anak muda yang mau mempelajari lagi tentang literasi digital.
Semoga semakin banyak orang tua yang lebih paham tentang literasi digital.
Good morning to everyone and welcome to the AI Opportunity Southeast Asia Forum.
Our digital economies, which was valued at $200 billion in 2020s, is projected to surpass $1 trillion in 2030s. However, achieving this ambitious goal requires more than just investment in infrastructures.
Today, I'm very pleased to be here to make two announcements that build on Google's investments in the region and focus on ensuring that people throughout the region have access to the training and the skills to benefit from the opportunities available with AI. At Google, we view AI as an extraordinary generational opportunity.
A more inclusive and equitable AI governance framework is necessary to ensure that all nations are involved in shaping the rules, norms, and ethical standards that will guide AI development to meet the diverse needs and values of the global communities.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all of the participants to come back to our venue today as we are going to start the next event, and that is the panel discussion. Once again, I would like to invite all of the participants and also of the local implementing partners to come back to our venue for today's event as we are going to start the panel discussion session number 1.
Misinformation has become a significant threat, affecting people in the ASEAN countries who are vulnerable to radicalization, hate speech, false news, and intolerance. The ASEAN Foundation, with support from Google.org, is implementing the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program from 2022 to 2024. It collaborates with various groups, including civil society, media literacy institutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once
organizations,
again
and
remind
higher
all of the
education
participants
institutions
and the
in all 10
representative
ASEAN
of the
member
local
states
implementing
to
partners
empower
to
underserved
get back on our
ASEAN Digital
venue
Literacy
for
Program
today's
has
event as we
facilitated
are going to start
collaborating with 15
the
implementing
panel
partners to
discussion
organize
session.
training of trainers workshops on
Once again, I would like to
misinformation,
invite all of the participants and the representative of the local implementing partners to return to the venue today as we are going to start the panel discussion number 1.
The literacy program has successfully equipped more than 160,000 people across the region with digital literacy knowledge so far, which is made possible due to the support of our local implementing partners as well as the master trainers.
We started the training of trainers earlier in the Philippines to prepare them before their elections on 2022, and we'll close with the training with final session in Singapore. The learning materials are also localized based on local context in every ASEAN member state to give a sense of urgency and raise the awareness that this threat about misinformation and disinformations are around us.
Together with the ASEAN Foundation, my team and I have trained 50 master trainers in digital literacy, public speaking, and classroom management skills. We work very closely with our master trainers and end beneficiary organizations to tailor the content and delivery of our programs to the needs of our beneficiaries.
How might we design a training
Ladies and gentlemen, once
curriculum
again, I would like
that
to
would be
invite
easily
all of the
understandable
participants and the representative of the local implementing partners to return to our venue for today as we are going to start the panel discussion number 1. Once again, I would like to invite all of the participants and the representative of the local implementing partners to return to our venue today as we are going to start our first panel discussion session.
I think that is the key role of being a master trainer to become the bridge between our audience and with the materials. It's good that the Limitless Lab and Break the Fake movement prepared materials that are meant for senior citizens, persons with disability, teenagers or young professionals, and even in English or Filipino medium. Especially when we introduce the Google Checker. It's one of the good platforms to use here, especially that the students are very fond of searching online through Google.
With ASEAN Digital Literacy Program, awareness can be nurtured as a community movement.
Những cái giá trị tốt đẹp của chương trình kỹ năng số ASEAN sẽ được lan tỏa rộng rãi hơn đến tất cả các thầy cô giáo cũng như là các học sinh trên phạm vi cả nước Việt Nam cũng như là nhiều quốc gia hơn để chúng ta
Dengan adanya ADLP, ada kejadian bencana, dan ada banyak pihak yang mendukung, akhirnya kita menemukan metode baru sebetulnya. Dan materi-materinya jadi semakin kuat.
As we enter the digital world, I do hope that we can create more master trainers to reach the unreachable, to transform them to be responsible digital citizen.
We have to continue promoting digital literacy as a basic skill that every Filipino or everyone
Ladies and
in the
gentlemen,
world
once
should
again, I
have.
would like to invite
time to
all
move
of the participants to return to our venue for today as we are going to start the panel discussion session shortly. Once again, I would like to invite all of the participants and the local implementing partners to return to our venue for today as we are going to start our first panel discussion session.
Future for ASEAN people.
A lot of the information are through digital, but we don't have any access with interpretation or text. So everything that we consume, mostly we don't understand what was that.
Concern over the toxic environment cultivated in the online community and the risk brought forth by misinformation and disinformation in times of crises, I knew I had to make a difference.
Fake news creators and scammers are certainly not stopping. In fact, they're getting increasingly creative as they get better at their job.
In today's world, audience can be easily identified and be targeted through algorithm tools and social network platforms.
Our role here in Singapore is to grow a community of master trainers. Over the years, we've met hundreds of purpose-driven leaders who want to make change but don't quite know where or how to start. And that's where Bamboo Builders comes in. We provide exposure, training, and consulting to leaders from schools, to corporates, to foundations across ASEAN.
With this program knowledge, I can better guide my students to develop critical thinking while expounding the goodness of digital space. I feel it's important to strike a balance between the digital world and our own reality. ASEAN Digital Literacy Program has also reminded me personally that the only way of defense is vigilance. If we can impact many with the greater knowledge of defense through education and empowerment, this can help to fail any scam attempts and deter perpetrators from profiting.
I knew the topic of digital literacy was of great importance, but I was pleasantly surprised to see the degree of interest shown by fellow Filipino youths. The conditions were ripe to launch a youth-led campaign against misinformation and disinformation. The Digi Ready campaign is supported by the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program. The students instantly engaged with the topic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We believe that you had a very refreshing, sweet coffee break and ready to dive in to the next important segment of today's convening. We are very excited to begin the panel discussion 1, AI landscape in ASEAN, opportunities and challenges in accelerating AI adoption in ASEAN. So this session will explore key insight into how AI is shaping the region, its transformative potential, and the hurdles we must collectively overcome to harness its full benefits. To guide this vital conversation, it is my pleasure to introduce to our distinguished moderator, Dr. Piti Sri Sangnam, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation. Dr. Piti, the floor is yours.
morning. Selamat pagi. Sawadee krap. Welcome to the very first sessions of the AI Ready ASEAN, the first ever Regional Policy Convening. And this is the important milestones of this AI Ready ASEAN project. First of all, as the Executive Directors of the ASEAN Foundations, I would like to express my sincere appreciations to all of you to coming from, not only from 10 ASEAN countries, but from around the world in order to working with us, in order to help us empower capacity building people in Southeast Asia to know more about ASEAN. And of course, these sessions, it's the very first sessions, we are talking about what's happened, what is the policy, what is the thing that happens around in 10 ASEAN countries. And we have three esteemed panelists. The first panelist, I would like to invite Mr. Agung Pamungkas, Government Affairs and Public Policy Managers from Google Indonesia, to the States. So, thank you very much for joining us, even he have just have a little accident. The second panelist, I would like to invite Dr. Sak Sekut, Executive Advisor from Electronic Transactions Development Academies, or EDDA, Thailand. He also works as the Directors of the AI Governance Centers, or the AIGC of the EDDA, Thailand as well. And last but not the least, I would like to invite Andre Chandra, Directors of the AI Innovations from KORIGA. KORIGA stands for Kolaborasi Ritsendan Innovasi Industrial Kecerdasan Artificial. Thank you very much. So he will be the guys who see the AI and innovation development in Indonesia. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Agung, who is the representatives from Google Indonesia, to share with us about Google visions for AI development and literacy in Southeast Asia. So, Mr. Agung, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Selamat pagi semuanya. Great to be back here. It feels like, 3 or 4 months ago I was here in this. So, Dr. Piti, thank you so much for having me once again, and a very good morning to everyone here. So on behalf of Google and Google.org, we thank everyone to make it to Jakarta for a 3-day productive session. And despite my mobility issues, I can assure you that I'm very look forward to welcoming you in our office the day after tomorrow and Friday. And I think we're gonna be experiencing a number of, a lot of features that we can share with you moving forward. So I guess to start, Dr. PT, as you heard from our, the video that you heard in the morning from our Chief Investment Officer of Alphabet, Ruth Porat, she actually mentioned AI is extraordinary generational opportunity. So the way we see it at Google is that as an AI-first company, we believe AI has the potential to basically help daily users to be productive. And what is more importantly, I think I just want to borrow what Professor Stella, the Vice Minister of Higher Education, mentions, that AI for humanity. So the work that Google has been doing, and then the way we are actually viewing AI, is that we want to make sure that AI has benefit humanity from helping others to making cities work better, for example, or predicting natural disasters, advancing climate action. So just to name a few. And with that, to harness the promise of AI, the way we do it at Google is that we do it bold and responsible. So bold, what does it entail? Bold means is that we want to make sure that the technology that we have is able to help society, a large scale of communities. So in Indonesia, for example, we are proud to say that we have a pilot project of a green light project where we, where we actually helping the government of Indonesia to address a climate change, for instance. Or I believe in Thailand, we also have the health program as well, where we actually help a diabetes patients, where we actually use our technology to predict and assess, working closely with the hospital. So I think that's really a testament of how Google really see AI as a potential. But of course, in a world where people can access information, we also see the risk. We don't want to neglect that there will be like risk. That's why all of our AI principles, we wanted to do it well from the very start. So that's why a lot of people are complaining, hey, I think Google are actually very slow compared to other competitors, because we want to do it right. We want to do it responsibly. So before we actually sharing our initiatives or features for users, we really want to test it with our strong due diligence, whether it actually adheres to our very AI principles. And we want to make sure that there's no harm. Of course, it's a working in progress, as I believe other companies is also doing the same. But I think generally, in global consensus, there are a number of declarations and a commitment, including, I believe, the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics, which I believe Google is really proud to see it's there, like the document is there, and the expanded document that covers the Gen AI. So we're very looking forward to working with the ASEAN stakeholders, but the most important thing is that the AI technology needs to be built boldly and responsibly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agung. Yeah, this is very, very impressive, right? Google provides us a lot of extraordinary opportunities, right? Because as you guys already know, good luck, it's the combinations of two things, opportunities and your hard working. If you lack either one of that, you never have good luck. And Google help us a lot to give us these great opportunities. And of course, he also echo what the Vice Minister talked earlier about bold and responsible, right? So the risk is slow but sure. That's the thing that we need the most in order to have our journeys in this AI world. The next presenter will be Dr. Saksekuntot. Oh, but before that, I would like to remind our audience that if you have any comments, if you have any questions that you would like to ask our panelists, please use the QR code just in front of you on all the banners on the table. There will be 2 QR codes, one for the feedback and one for questions. So please feel free to share your opinions. And then I would like to invite Dr. Sak to share about the policy measures, regulatory frameworks, and actionable strategies to address AI challenges. Dr. Sak, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Could I have my slide, please? Okay. My name is Saksekuntot. I'm an advisor at the Electronic Transaction Development Agency, Thailand. So basically, we are a regulator in Thailand. We issue law and regulations, and nobody likes it. Because, about when we issue laws, especially, company and organization would, have to, do what we said in the law, in the enforcement and everything. So basically, I mean, we don't want to issue law if not necessary. So in terms of AI, okay, I cannot speak for other countries in ASEAN, but for Thailand, we are not rushing up issuing AI Act right now, okay? But if you ask me, is Thailand going to have AI Act? Yes, eventually, but not today, not next year, okay? But how about for the time being, what we should do? So if you look at the EU's AI Act, it's in fact actually enforcing you to do a number of things governance things, by the way, something like that. So we think that in order to, prepare Thailand for near future AI regulation, we should create awareness for organization, individual, regulators, or the government agency in Thailand to understand the benefit of AI, but at the same time, understand the accompanying risk as well. As the Herman is saying, talking about balancing between regulation and progress. So I would reverse her saying that doing AI right now is about balancing between protection and innovation, okay? And for Thailand, we actually set up, my agency set up AI Governance Center just 1 month before ChatGPT came out. And after that, we got a lot of calls from everybody in Thailand. That's okay. Can we do AI in our company? Is it legal to do that? My staff said, okay, we had no answer for you. Back 3 years ago. So we were thinking that in order to prepare, organization about, when the laws comes, you need to create awareness. You need to prepare this organization to practice good governance, good AI governance, something like that. Now, let me tell you about ASEAN initiatives, okay? We had a meeting, which is called ADG Min last month, okay? And they issue Bangkok Digital Declaration, okay? You can download that from the website of ASEAN. Anyway, what is interesting about this declaration is that it actually focuses particularly on AI governance, okay? In ASEAN, I think we have this AI governance working group for some time now. And this year, according to declaration, this working group would not only focus on the AI matters, but also this working group is going to work with other working groups in order to come up with a way to adopt AI according to the ethical principle and so on, something like that. And it's also said that it's not only the ministry level, but also senior official level as well. So we're going to see a number of initiatives coming out of this, working group, working with other working groups in order to, have some sort of a clear direction in adopting AI in ASEAN, something like that, okay? And they actually also approve the extension of the AI governance frameworks of ASEAN as well. We have this AI governance framework, I think last year or something like that. But this year, they also added the generative AI governance in that guideline as well. So with that, it means that they are serious about, making sure that each country in ASEAN would adopt AI according to these guidelines, something like that, okay? But if you look at this guideline, there are still a number of challenges. For example, in that guideline, it's only 40 pages, It covers almost, everything about AI ethical principles. And it recommends nations, member states of ASEAN, what they should do, something like that. But still, there's still a number of challenges. For example, in terms of privacy, as you know that, because I think at least 3 or 4 countries in ASEAN, we already have privacy law. How can you make sure that this law can interop, something like that? See? So maybe we would have some sort of guideline, for our regions when talks about privacy, when you use AI, something like that. The other challenge would be about bias, something like that. I think Google could help us in coming up with very, very efficient tools for organization in ASEAN when they want to make sure that the bias is limited, something like that. So I would like to end my session that we, I think, have good opportunity to work together with Google, as now our government have clearly indicated that AI is one of the top agendas in driving digital ASEAN. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sak. So we did learn a lot. Right now, ASEAN did prepare the Bangkok Digital Declarations, right, in order to make sure that all of these AI activities in Southeast Asia will be in the good manners, good governance, right? There will be a guideline, but of course, they still have a lot of challenges as well, especially in terms of privacies. This is the thing that we are going to discuss for the next couple of days. And of course, I would like to remind all of you again, if you have any comments, if you have any questions, please feel free to scan the QR code just placed in front of you in order to ask all the questions and present your comments. So the third panelist, this is the perspective from the practitioners. So I would like to invite Mr. Andreas to share your idea on the topics of practitioners' perspectives on AI adoptions and readiness. So please, Andrea, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. So allow me to introduce, I'm Andreas again. So I've been helping more than 5 governments, 50 industries, and 5 academics. I'm also an industry expert for Google Research and AI Singapore Language Summit, but I'm here on behalf of Director AI Innovation for Corica. So if we talk about AI, it has always been a lot of umbrella terms. So in fact, AI has been quite hyping in the past 2 years in the form of LLMs. But in fact, we have used AI before 2000s. So if we see, we had this partnership with climatology and Google. So in Indonesia, we have more than 6,000 earthquakes annually. In fact, in 2023, it was recorded 10,789 earthquakes. So the first AI tools to predict earthquakes was from bird migrations. So that's our first tool. In fact, we can't keep on looking at AI birds migrating back and forth and such, so we use AI. The way that we try to record the seismograph, which is the form motion of the seismic sensors, the height of the wave, and even the motion of the waves. Those are the first AI to predict earthquakes. In fact, we tried to predict earthquakes 2 weeks before with just the accuracy of 60 to 70%. It wasn't good, it wasn't bad. So with the help of Google, with the help of those think tanks, we were able to leverage, we were able to save people. In Indonesia, we call it sandang pangan papan, the 3 basic necessities of human life. Food security, clothing, and even house infrastructure will be safe because we were able to predict earthquakes. In fact, same with Indonesia and ASEAN. In Indonesia, we love the number 4 and 5. So 1945 coincides with Indonesia independence, and also 2045, which is our grand vision of Indonesian Golden. So same with ASEAN, the number 4 is we have been in 4 industrial revolution, but we are late for the first 3 industrial revolution. In fact, the 4th one is our AI industrial revolution, which is happening right now. 5, we have invited by global CEOs. So we have invited Sam Altman from Corica, Tim Cook from Apple, Satya Nadella from Microsoft, Elon Musk from Tesla, and last but not least, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA. We hope the 6th one come from here, the global tech CEOs. So being a practitioner, we realize progression is normal. However, we realize AI has been advancing too fast that in fact, every day, there's 7 new research papers about AI, 7. And we couldn't keep it up. The progression is too fast. The mass consumerism, like, hey, we're trying this, we're trying that, deepfakes and such. But always the compliance got left behind. It's a problem with AI where the dichotomy is always about progression, but the need for the stability, the security, and in fact, the proper use of AI are needed. So I'm really thankful with the ASEAN and also Google for having the first regional policy convening, and we hope for another one in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Actually, these kind of activities, the regional policy convening will be happens almost every quarters for the next 2 years until we finish this project AI Ready ASEAN. So this is the opinions from our 3 esteemed panelists from the perspective of Google, multinational companies who invest a lot on AI with bold and responsibilities. We have the perspectives from regulators, and we also have the perspectives from the practitioners. So I would like to, we still have about 10 minutes left before the lunch times. If any of our audience would like to comment, would like to ask any questions, please feel free to use this time to share with us. You can either use the QR code in front of you, or you can just raise your hand and then one of our staff will bring the microphone to you. And but any questions, any comments? Not yet. Yeah, this is very interesting to learn that actually there's a lot of good people with high potential, high capability throughout 10 ASEAN countries to advance this AI industry, right? Unfortunately, we still need to prepare the markets. We still need to prepare our end user in order to make sure that these innovations from our ASEAN firm will be used and will catch up with this recent industrial revolutions, not like lag behind like the very first one. Oh yes, there's questions over there from the ladies on this side of the meeting room. Please introduce yourself as well and then ask the questions to any of the panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Yeni from IPB Institute, IPB University in Bogor. So thank you very much for your discussions. I would like to ask a question to Google. So I'm educators, right, from the university. So I'm very concerned with artificial intelligence in education, especially for adaptive learning system. So my question is, do you have innovation from Google regarding to adaptive learning system platform? Because as you know that we heard in US, Khan Academy already published Khan Migo, right, as an adaptive learning system. And in Singapore also, they have the Ministry of the Education of Singapore also already developed the adaptive learning system that we call they call the students learning space, something like that. So I'm just curious, how about the Google? Have you innovation to develop the adaptive learning system for students? Thank you.
Terima kasih Prof. Yeni dari IPB. Thank you so much for the question. Let me try to answer it in 2 ways. One, obviously AI and education intertwines. The way we see it, there are a number of sectors that we see AI could grow and flourish. And then the way we see it, that AI could advance education. Of course, we have to mitigate risk with all the AI principles and governance that we have. But the way we see it, obviously AI could spur innovations in the education sector. And then second, as far as I learned, in ASEAN, we are right now focusing more on AI literacy for teacher. And why do we target teacher? Reason being is that, of course, you know, with all a free chatbot that is free for everyone to try, from students, from teachers, basically everyone has the access, right? But we also see the potential of teacher to leverage AI to basically help them productive. For example, let me share you a story of one of the Indonesian teacher. Again, there's a lot of cases in ASEAN, but what I recall is that we have this case of Indonesian teacher in South Sumatra, where they actually need a week to develop a curriculum of what are, basically what kind of things that she needs to teach. But given that she actually took the training provided by us, it's called Gemini Academy or Gemini Academy, it actually helped her to reduce the time for a week only to 3 to 4 hours, because she is actually capable of talking, having conversation, using our chatbot to basically brainstorm, to basically reason and have that kind of stuff. So we basically emphasize the role of AI to help teachers to kind of help them more productive. And that's one. I believe we have more cases, but yeah, right now we're actually still focusing on teachers. And perhaps I can share more about these projects. Right now we have been implementing it in Indonesia, but we are thinking of expanding to Southeast Asia because we are seeing this project or initiative has a, how do you call it? Tangible outcome where the teacher can maximize their effort but reducing their energy and time to basically focus on things that, that matters most. For students, basically the AI chatbot right now that Google has is basically for 18 years old above. So we don't really focusing on that much, but of course as technology progress, we are actually looking at other things as well. It's not only about chatbot, but we have other things. For example, in everyday life, a lot of people are accessing YouTube, for instance. And then we have YouTube Kids, specifically where parents can control what the kids can actually open through their mobile devices. So that's how we try to manage kid safety, for instance. But bottom line is that I think there are opportunities to go there, and I'm happy to share more, and let's take it offline if you want to have a discussions with that, with this issue more. But I actually want to commend your presentations when I actually met you in the UN kind of presentation session, which you brought a very interesting notions of AI and sustainability. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you very much. The next questions will be the questions from the QR code. And this, I think, go to Dr. Sak, definitely. The floor asks about how should regulations balance innovations and ethics?
Well, it's very difficult.
Thesis questions, PhD thesis
As
questions.
a law issuer, I mean, if not necessarily, we don't want to issue laws. You know why? Because the enforcement is very, very difficult to follow. Imagine if I have to look at every time Google develop new AI algorithms, and we have to check is it okay or not. I mean, it's going to be nightmare for both of us, something like that. So we have to think very, very carefully, I mean, in terms of how can we make sure that the risk is minimized, something like that. So my idea would be 3 layers. The first one, okay, how could you accommodate your existing law with the AI capabilities? Look at your existing law. For example, your privacy law. Does it cover the use of AI? If not, do something about it. Something like issue subordinate law, something like that. No need to invent a new law, but you have to make sure you have to be thorough about your existing law. Another example is copyright. It's very, very serious. I remember last year I had a talk with a senior lawyer in the EU. I asked him, is EU copyright law, does it need to be changed since ChatGPT came out? And he said, no. I don't know if it's right or not. But anyway, copyright is one of the challenging issue since ChatGPT came out, okay? That's the first one. The second one is about because AI keep producing new capabilities every day. How could we make sure that to accommodate this as well? This is what perhaps we need a new law. Perhaps, okay, I said perhaps, okay. The last one is about the impact of AI on a great scale, you know, non-direct impact. For example, education, job displacement, environment. 3 levels. This is what Thailand is studying right now. We don't want to copy EU AI Act. It's too restrictive. And it doesn't answer why we need AI Act for your country. You have to ask yourself first, why? I mean, if you cannot answer this question, there's no need to issue a law, right? See? So it's not easy, I can tell you, as a lawmaker. And, well, read the ASEAN AI governance frameworks, which consists of 4 pillars. You know, you have to set up some sort of governance mechanism in your country, you know. The second one is about involve stakeholders. The third one is about operation management, you know. The last one is coming up with a way or a good policy in ensuring the working between human and AI, something like that. This is the guideline.
Oh, thank you
Okay.
very much.
If I may add,
please.
I think thank you for bringing that. I have to comment on what you said. I think from industry's point of view, +1 to your point on we have to see the interplay of existing regulations. At least for Indonesia, I can speak of we have a UU PDP, personal data protection. We have UU ITE, electronic transactional information law. So again, don't rush. We have to look at these existing regulations and then see from there whether we actually need horizontal kind of regulations. And the way we see it more effective from business or a private sector's point of view, we actually encourage more a vertical approach. There are a lot of examples, like I think in Singapore, they have like a framework only specific for banking and finance. In Indonesia, I think we have the health and OJK, what is it, the financial as well, kind of like non-legally binding guidelines. So because AI is not mathematics, so we cannot regulate mathematics, right? So it's best addressed by a sectoral approach. So I think that's how I can share more on this.
I have the last word. Basically, do not regulate the technology. Regulate the use of it.
Correct.
That's it.
Because
that's the key.
Yeah, technology, science, engineer, they are very, very advanced. New things happen every day, right? It seems right now, social science, humanities, it's a thing that we need to focus more and keep it advanced to cope up with the advance of the technologies, right? And I think we still have one more questions from the floor. The gentleman in the middle, please. Oh.
Thank you. So my name Rod. We have been joining this conference, and what I pick up this morning about the keynote speaks about balancing between we have a regulation, and I think AI like landscape through this for ASEAN really different from country to country, like you mentioned, from Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, or other country. So when we're talking about regulation and progress should be balancing. So I would request for the support, I'm not sure from Google or another research kind. So I'm not sure you hear what my early speech or okay, so yes, thank you for that. I think this is a great opportunity because you're talking about AI landscape in Asian country, and the keynote speech is about balancing between regulation and also progress. This is very important, but if we look at the landscape among Asian countries, very different, yeah, like Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand or other country, and also in Cambodia. So for, I think ChatGPT or AI for the last few years really evolved a lot, and each country really try hard and to act in order to respond to the need. I think impact based on what we know, our progress, and what regulation or framework should be set up. So my request for the support, I'm not so from the ASEAN Foundation or Google or other companies, should be support for the country-based research so that we know clearly about our progress and what regulations should be set up in order to bring us move forward. I know this is very important because, for example, in my country, I think the government, like Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, another ministry like Industry, Technology and Innovation. So they also have the mandate, and we are from NGO, we also support initiatives like New Generation School and other things. But we are trying different way, not have a coordinating and also based on research based, because AI comes so quickly and we are overwhelmed about what should be done. So again, it should be country based and in closer partnership for research, for R&D, and maybe more support for country based, so that we are balance is now about regulation and progress. So this is my just one more direction and also more support so that we can move forward quickly based on the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I thank you for your comments, and we also concerned about these issues as well. For our previous project with Google, the project so-called ADLP, ASEAN Digital Literacy Program, one module in those projects was also conducting the research to understand about the digital literacy landscape in 10 ASEAN countries. And we got the lead researchers from Universitas Indonesia. Her team worked with the team from 10 ASEAN countries. And our research paper is also available. I believe that will benefit a lot. And of course, for this current project, AI Ready ASEAN, actually AI Ready ASEAN consists of 5 modules. The largest module, so-called awareness raising. So we are going to reach out to 5.5 ASEAN people, 5.5 million ASEAN people. This will be the largest ever capacity building program in Southeast Asia to create the awareness about about AI in 10 ASEAN countries. The second module, and of course we need your help a lot, is the so-called training of trainers. We are going to train at least 2,000 master trainers and support these 2,000 master trainers in order to conduct their own capacity building program in their local peers. And we hopefully very much at the end of the next 2 years, we are going to reach out to 800,000 and beneficiaries, 800,000 ASEAN peoples who know well on AI issues. And of course, the third one is here, the Regional Policy Convening, the Policy Roundtable. As I told you, Andrea, it will happen almost every quarter from now on. And then the fourth module will be research developments. Currently, we already got the lead research team. There are the partners led by King Mongkut Universities of Technology Thonburi in Thailand, KMUTT, partner with MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technologies, Media Lab, and the third parties will be the Prince Chakri Sirinthorn Foundations. So these 3 partners will help us understand on the deep research on in-depth research on what happened to the AI landscape in Southeast Asia. And last but not least, the 5th module will integrate the first 4 modules into the e-learning platform, which will continue working from the previous project ADLP. The ADLP, we have the e-learning platform called Digital Class ASEAN. And hopefully very much we can upgrade them to be ready for the AI skill set that we are going to allow ASEAN peoples to learn from this e-learning platform. So that's about the big plan of this AI Ready ASEAN projects. And once again, thank you very much for the three panelists that your contributions, your knowledge, your insight benefit a lot, and it will ring a bell, and it will create a lot of discussion topics that we are going to discuss from today and the next 2 days. And of course, I also would like to express again sincerely appreciations to all of the participants, all of the partners that working with us for these projects. So thank you very much, and we'll have lunch together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. PT, and all of the speakers who have raised our first panel discussion for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached our lunch and networking sessions. We have two places for our lunch today, the right side of the room and also the Papua room, which is one level below this room. So for all the VIPs, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, Board of Trustees, and the ASEAN Foundations, dialogue partners, you may go to the Papua room for the lunch, whereas for the local implementing partners and also the general participants, you may go to the right side of this room for the lunch. We will be back here at 1 p.m. for the second panel discussion. See you later and enjoy your lunch.
Chi. Chi. Chi.
Gentlemen. All right, so I would like to invite all of the participants and the representative of the local implementing partners to return back to the venue as we are going to start shortly for the panel discussion number 2. Once again, to all of the participants, members of local implementing partners who are still outside for the lunch break, we would like to invite you to return back to our venue as we are going to start our second panel discussion in a short time.
Nih, gue ngecek di belakang nih ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again invite everyone who are still outside on the lunch table to return back to this venue as we are going to start our second panel discussion shortly. Once again, to all of the participants and local implementing partners who are still outside at the lunch table, please return back to this venue as we are going to start our second panel discussion in a short time.
lot of the information are through digital, but we don't have any access with interpretation or text. So everything that we consume, mostly we don't understand what was that.
Concern over the toxic environment cultivated in the online community and the risk brought forth by misinformation and disinformation in times of crises, I knew I had to make a difference.
Fake news creators and scammers are certainly not stopping. In fact, they're getting increasingly creative as they get better at their job.
In today's world, audience can be easily identified and be targeted through algorithm tools and social network platforms.
Our role here in Singapore is to grow a community of master trainers. Over the years, we've met hundreds of purpose-driven leaders who want to make change but don't quite know where or how to start.
All right, once again, for all of the local implementing partners and participants, please return back to the venue as we are going to start the second panel discussion shortly.
With this program knowledge, I can better guide my students to develop critical thinking while expounding the goodness of digital space. I feel it's important to strike a balance between the digital world and our own reality. ASEAN Digital Literacy Program has also reminded me personally that the only way of defense is vigilance. If we can impact many with the greater knowledge of defense through education and empowerment, this can help to fail any scam attempts and deter perpetrators from profiting.
I knew the topic of digital literacy was of great importance, but I was pleasantly surprised to see the degree of interest shown by fellow Filipino youths. The conditions were ripe to launch a youth-led campaign against misinformation and disinformation. The Digi Ready campaign is supported by the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program. The students instantly engaged with the topic, reaching over 130,000 online users through social media campaign and receiving the crucial support of over 40 hardworking volunteers who pushed the campaign forward.
Sign language is very important for us as a deaf people because by sign language we can share more and access more things and we can grow as a deaf community better. We want to understand more about digital literacy because it's the root cause of sexual violence through online. Our program, Tuli Bijak Berdigital, is to educate about the basic things for deaf people to understand about digital literacy so they can be more wise using their digital world. After we educate them, we're trying to challenge them by making contents for educating other deaf people so they can understand more. By making the contents, more information will be spreading out through from one deaf to another deaf, so they are more aware about that.
We, the youth, are a critical force in the Philippines and the broader ASEAN community. We need to take an active role in pushing forward digital literacy in our society.
Bamboo Builders hopes to continue playing our part in this fight against misinformation, disinformation, and fake news so that together as a community, we can safeguard our loved ones from the dangers of the internet.
Through inclusive education and digital literacy program, lives can be improved or even turned around for the better.
Please keep support deaf in ASEAN and also sign language in each countries.
All right, so everyone, we are going to start our second panel discussion shortly. So if you can see at the very front of our tables are already Fakken. So for those who are still sitting at the back, you may go to our very front desk so that everyone can have a better look on our second panel discussion. So for everyone who are still at the very back of our table, you may move forward to the vacant seats so that we can have a better discussion after this.
Banyak sekali berita hoax gitu ya yang masuk ke WA saya pribadi, dan juga memang Cianjur dapat kondisi yang khusus ya. Kita mendapatkan bencana gempa yang luar biasa dan akhirnya kita menemukan berita hoax terkait kebencanaan.
Từ chương trình kỹ năng số ASEAN thì tôi đã có rất là
Once
nhiều
again,
kiến
I
thức,
would like to
có
encourage
thêm
everyone
nhiều
who are still sitting at the back to occupy the seats that are already available at front so that we can have a better look on the second panel discussion. For those who are still sitting at the back, you may move to the front row so that we can start our second panel discussion.
trong xã hội. Nhưng mà khi trong quá trình mà thực hiện chương trình ấy,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Nusantara Hall. I am sure that everyone has just had an amazing lunch just now. We are back with the second panel discussion for today's session on AI Ready ASEAN Roadmap and Ethical in AI in ASEAN. This session will dive into critical conversations around strategic directions for AI adoption in our region and the ethical consideration that must guide its development. To lead this insightful discussion, it is my absolute pleasure to invite Mr. Mahmoudi Yusbi, Head Strategic Planning and Business Development at the ASEAN Foundations, to moderate the sessions. Mr. Mahmoudi, time is yours.
Hello, everyone. Hello. All right, okay. Yeah, so usually right after lunch, right, this is the heaviest duty to moderate the sessions. I know that people are full, and then afterwards, we don't want to see people are yawning in front of us when we are discussing, and I hope like our discussions for today will be very engaging. My name is Mahmoudi Yusbi. I have a duty today to moderate the sessions on AI Ready ASEAN Roadmap and Ethical AI in ASEAN. And now I would like to call our esteemed speakers to be on the stage as well, to join me. So the first one is Hazremi Hamid, Pak Remy, going to the stage, Senior Officers, Digital Economy Divisions, DED ASEAN Secretariat. Yeah. All right. Okay, and then the second one, I would like to call Professor Dr. Yeni Herdieni, Head of AI Study Program from IPB University. So please come to the stage to join us. I also would like to call my colleague, Mr. Ilan Askolani, Senior Program Manager of the ASEAN Foundations. Come to the stage to join us. Okay, lastly, I would like to call our dear friends as well from MasterCard, Mr. Rajesh Sandhu, Director, Digital Trust Center of Excellence, APAC MasterCard. Come to the stage to join us. All right, okay. So, as I said, usually after lunch, right? So people will be, when they are full basically, and it looks like it's difficult to get the attentions of the participants to be engaging in our discussions. But today we have joined by the experts to discuss AI in ASEAN, AI Ready ASEAN Roadmap and Ethical AI in ASEAN. In the morning, I think we discussed more toward policy, right? So broader issues, but today, in these sessions, we will dive more into practicals, but we touch a little bit about policy landscape as well, but at the same time, we will dive into what are the practical. I think talking about readiness, talking about policy directions, talking about a little bit about academia as well, but at the same time, most importantly, we need to talk about risks as well, because AI is an opportunity, but at the same time, it comes with a risk. And before we begin, I think it would be good to, before I also introduce our esteemed speakers, I would like to engage our participants with a Menti-Metis, sort of like games. We would like to basically get your attentions when it comes to AI in one word. What comes to your mind, basically? So we have a Menti-Metis being displayed in the screen. So you can scan the QR code and then plus also loading in your response on when it comes to AI in one word, what comes to your mind. So we will start from here, and then we'll begin our panel discussion for today. So we will start from now. Okay, let's see how many people are awake and engaging these activities. Okay, wow, okay, so we have a few responses coming in. Threats, machines, simplifying, innovations, wow, hallucinations. That's a nice word, huh? Replacing job, this is another risk, right? Terminator, wow, okay. Wow, yeah. So speakers, basically, you've been assisted by all the participants. Innovations, we have 42 respond already coming up, 43, 45. So big word there, feature, innovations, adaptations, productivity, imitating humans. Ooh, okay, feature, 54 response, 57s now coming in. So we'll have 1 more minute. Let's see, robots, okay. Automations. Yeah, we have around 58 responses, right? I think it's quite interesting. So people, I think participants today, they are coming from different background. So many of them are our local implementing partners, but at the same time, some of them are also coming from our partners in Jakarta, and they are coming from missions, and they are coming from different organizations that implement projects. So before I begin the discussions with our expert today, so I would like to dive into your background first so that our participant will know more about yourself, your portfolio. Probably, I would like to take 1 minute, each of the speakers, basically to tell a little bit about yourself, what you do basically, what is your portfolio, so that we get to know better, and so that the participant also will get to know better about yourself. So yeah, I can start from Pak Remy, to telling about yourself. Who are you, what you do basically, yeah.
Hello. Hello. That's good. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion on AI in one word, right? As you can see, many words there. All right. I mean, okay. Before we start, let me just introduce myself. My name is Hazrimi. I'm from Digital Economy Division of the ASEAN Secretariat. So we basically our role this in DED, Digital Economy Divisions. We look into the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DIFA, if you have heard of that. So we are negotiating that right now. Also, we look into the implementation of ASEAN AI governance and ethics frameworks. So that's my current role, actually. My current job, very much focused into that. So I'm happy to discuss further with everyone here how we can build an ecosystem that is harnessed by responsible use and of AI. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Remy. And then next I will, let Professor Yeni.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Yeni Herdieni. I am a head of Artificial Intelligence Study Program at IPB University. And now I have a responsible to also one of the team for the AI literacy in IPB also. And I had experience also as a senior data scientist in IBM Indonesia and also ADB. So I think that's all. So I'm here as educators and also as a scientist maybe. So we can discuss later.
Thank you, Professor Yeni. Then Mas Ilan,
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ilan Askolani, and I am working for the ASEAN Foundations, and my responsibility is basically to oversee all the projects under 4 thematic areas at the ASEAN Foundations, and one of the projects that I am overseeing is the AI Ready program. So I'm really excited to working with all the local implementing partners to, to give impacts to the region, especially to, the 3 specific target beneficiaries of this program, youth, educators, and parents. And again, thank you to all local implementing partners for coming, attending this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Ilan. Last,
Yes.
Pak Raj.
Thanks. My name is Raj. I'm from MasterCard. So, every day we flip the newspaper and you would see so-and-so organization got breached. This $1 million were lost in scams, or new scam types have come out that previously nobody thought about. So my job in MasterCard is actually to help make sense of all this noise to governments around Asia. And what that means is sometimes I engage governments around Asia to think about research about how do we frame and measure scams and cybercrime in countries. Sometimes it's about capacity building. We design programs to uplift the local populations. Sometimes it's about very specific intervention on technology rollouts. For example, in some countries, we help governments to run their national digital ID system. For banks, we obviously also help with fraud detection. So my job is to actually help governments to fight cybercrime. Maybe one fun fact about me as well, since we are getting to know each other, is I've worked in 5 different kinds of organizations in my career. I started in a ministry, and then I went to a statutory board, and then I got bored of government. I went to a startup, and then I liked it, but then I realized that, hey, I like some other things as well. I went to an NGO, and finally I'm in a multinational corporation. So I work in 5 different types of organizations in my life. Yeah.
All right, okay. I think a very diverse expertise and diverse, I would say, background from our esteemed speakers. I think I would like to invite everyone to give a round of applause to our speakers for today so that we can kick off our discussion for today. All right, okay. So we now listens basically to all speakers, introductions, but at the same time, we also reading actually what are the thoughts from our participants when it comes to AI, right? So we're gonna dive into this at the moment. So today, basically, we are going to see how ASEAN is positioning itself in AI, its impact on education's AI readiness strategies, and also critical issues of the cybersecurity and ethics. As I said, when there's an opportunity, there's a risk coming with it, right? And at the same time, I listened carefully to our Vice Minister's speech this morning, right? I think it's quite fascinating as well. When you basically learn about AI, it's not about familiarity, right? So it's not like you are able to use ChatGPT, but being responsible to it is also very important. So it's not about telling people you are ready to adopt this AI, but at the same time, you are not really be responsible for it. When you're using Gemini, for instance, when you're using Copilots, and now we have more AI tools, right? So it's more hypes, basically, like DeepSeek. What else do we have here? So let's us discuss first from the perspective of policy. In ASEAN, so ASEAN from 10 ASEAN member states, 10 governments, so they work together already to create so many guidelines and policy directions. One of them is also the roadmap. And this is what it's quite important to look at, right? Become our guidance when it comes to implementing something, because those 10 governments, they are putting a lot of effort basically looking into this. So I would like to start with a broader questions, or one of our speakers here, Paremi, right, from the ASEAN Secretariat. So to set the tone of the discussions, right, from the policy direction from ASEAN, probably if you are able to give us an overview of the current state of ASEAN AI roadmap and the key milestone that has been achieved so far to start with, Paremi. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Pak Mudi. Before I explain further on the AI roadmap, I mean, the name is actually ASEAN Responsible AI Roadmap, right? So before I discuss further about this roadmap, let's look at the bigger picture first, how this roadmap was developed, why we decided to develop this roadmap. So before this, I think around 2 years ago, we conducted a study to develop the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DIFA. So in the study, we identified 9 key provision areas, right? And one of the area that we have identified is cooperation on emerging topics, which includes AI, right? And so DIFA is very significant because it could unlock the value of ASEAN digital economy up to 2 trillion by 2030, which if we let it develop naturally, it will be 1 trillion by 2030. But with DIFA, we will double the value, right? So we have started DIFA negotiations since 2023. With the aim to conclude it by end of this year, 2025. And since then, we have developed the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics. So I believe you have heard of this guide. So this guide is actually very significant because it is ASEAN first concerted effort on AI governance, and it is one of the first region in the world that developed AI governance, right? And in this guide, we have listed 7 key principles of AI governance, right? And then we had further discussion, and right, because this AI governance only lists these 7 key principles, and but the state of AI readiness in ASEAN varies, right? Not everyone are on the same page, and there is a need to narrow the readiness level, development gap, and that's why we had an idea. We should develop an ASEAN responsible AI roadmap to complement the ASEAN AI guide by providing step-by-steps and on how to implement AI, responsible AI in each AMS, and how it could narrow the development gap, and as well as to provide them with step-by-step, like I said. So that's the idea. So we actually developed this roadmap last year, and it was endorsed just last month at the ASEAN Digital Ministers meeting, or in short, ADGMIN, last month in Bangkok. So we are now in the process of implementing this roadmap, ASEAN Responsible AI Roadmap. So that's the current status one.
All right, okay, just a follow-up questions to that, right? So now we see that the governments basically endorse this AI roadmap, and the commitment are there, right? So because now we have like our local implementing partners, they are basically, they're gonna hit the ground running basically after this to implement AI Ready ASEAN programs, which basically targeted 5.5 million people. And of course, they will be working with the local governments And since we are seeing now at ASEAN, we've got this policy, right, guideline. So how do you see any challenge? Like governments now are putting their commitments, but when it comes to implementations, how do you see, basically? Is there any view on that, or talking about the challenge and since not being endorsed as well?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Mudi. Very good questions. As of now, there are only 6 ASEAN member states who have national AI policies, right? Only 6, right? So there are another 4 who are still in the process, or probably, yeah, I would say they are still in the process, but only 6 at the moment. And there are significant gaps, right? So probably in ASEAN, probably I would say around maybe 2 or 3 countries who are more ready to implement AI in ASEAN. So, but then we also look at how we can narrow this gap. So that's why we foresee that this ASEAN Responsible AI Roadmap could provide each EMS with assessment on their readiness level, where they are, right? So, and we categorize it based on 3 categories: advanced, promising, and emerging, right? So there are several pillars in this AI roadmap to categorize on their readiness, basically on skills. We also have on governance and also on participation. Also look at the infrastructure in each AMS. And this is how we want to close the gap. And also I want to touch on the UN Secretary General Advisory Report on AI, which was released in September last year. So I mean, the report states about the governing AI for humanity, right? And which notes that there are significant gaps between global north and global south when it comes to implementing AI. So more important, I think the report highlight that out of 193 countries around the world, only 7 who are playing major role in when it comes to AI governance, right? Only 7. So you can imagine the disparities between global south and global north, and global south constitute around 118 countries. So within Southeast Asia as well, I think most of AMS in Southeast Asia are global south. So that means we need to close this gap, and that's why we have this ASEAN Guide on AI governance and ethics. So it, it sparked the interest, right, and provoke their needs to join the bandwagon on digital transformations, particularly to harness AI. So, and this is where that one of the area in the AI roadmap is on skill and capacity building, right? In ASEAN, between 2016 to 2024, we have tripled the amount of AI talent, between 5% to 17%. However, this is still smaller than other regions, right? And this is where the AI Ready ASEAN could complement what ASEAN is doing to produce more AI talent, right? I think the goals are very encouraging. 5.5 million, yeah? Please correct me. 5.5 million.
Yes, that is correct.
To be exposed to AI, and 8,000 people to be trained in
800,000.
800,000, not 8,000. Oh, okay, thank you. Bigger amount. Okay.
Masilan later will provide the details.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. So it's very timely, right? And we can actually work together very closely on this. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, very promising. Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. I think, well, we're looking into global north and global south. I think I would say, of course, there's a big gap over there, but I heard that Southeast Asia is one of the regions that are very ambitious in terms of adopting artificial intelligence. You talked about a little bit about the skill, right? and skill set. And I think this is resonate to Professor Yenny as well, since you are basically looking into AI in education and its impact, right? So when, in your perspectives, basically, what is the current state of AI adoptions in the education sectors? Probably, if you can talk a little bit about Southeast Asia as well, because right now, we've got these regulations, right? Policy directions are there, the government are putting the commitments, but at the same time, I think we need to prepare our human resource as well. So if you can give your perspective on this area, I think it would be really great, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the questions. So for me, I would like to talk in the education perspective, right, as you mentioned before. So AI technology in education is transforming significantly, right? So I would like to highlight the benefit of AI in education. The first one is, of course, about the automation, right? So for example, as you know that teachers and also administrative staff in education, they have a repetitive tasks, for example, like grading and then making assessment. For me, I always make like a lesson plan and also a curriculum design. So with AI technology, I think it will reduce our workload, or it will save my time, of course. And so I think the AI technology in education has been streamlined the business process, not only in the classroom. And the second one, I think I would highlight in the customized learning. So I think the second one is the most important, right? Because as we know that AI technology is only tools. It will not replace the teachers, right? So we have to concerns about how to personalize learning for the students. So as I mentioned before that AI technology can be used to enhance the learning, not to replace the teachers. So for these concerns, that's why in the first session I asked the if Google have innovation about the adaptive learning system, because adaptive learning system we can develop by using AI technology, especially now we have large language model and also generative AI. So I think it's very promising using this technology. So because with adaptive learning systems, we can personalize learning based on the student needs, right? So we, as a teachers, can focusing on the student engagement and also the outcomes. So in campus, in my laboratory, we are now working on how to develop, for example, to know the student profiling. So based on histories of prompt that students use to the ChatGPT, something like that. So we will analyze the student profiling based on the history. And the second one, for example, how to give the recommendation, material recommendation to user based on what they learn. So it is also very interesting to learn, to develop the adaptive learning. And the third one about the benefit of AI in education, I think it bridging the education gap, right? So especially for the rural areas, by using the AI technology, we can extend access the education. So it makes more accessible for everyone, right? That is, I think, the three points that I concerns about the benefit. And the second one, of course, we also facing the challenges, right? Challenges with the AI technology. So I will highlight the first one is about the over-reliance. You know, this is our problem now, because the student now working with ChatGPT, right? They are doing assessment assignment with ChatGPT. So if the students only follow the answer from the engine, from the machine, so you can imagine that it will reduce their critical thinking in problem solving, right? So I think it is not good. So how we handle this problem? So it is our maybe the next the letter I will also explain about these issues. And the second one, we're also facing the issues about digital divide. As we know that, I think many regions in ASEAN, right, still lack the infrastructure, all right? So still lack about the AI literacy as others mentioned. So we concerned about this one also. So, and the third one, of course, about the hallucination and bias. As we know that last time we found a hallucination. And for me as educator, we can identify that the thesis or the thesis is written by generative AI or not, right? So, for example, like a fake reference, you know. So sometimes generative AI give a fake reference. So we have to check one by one. It is true or exists or not, true or not, for example, like that. So yeah, we have to concern about this one because if the model is not designed correctly, so it will produce the hallucination and bias. So this is our challenge in education.
Wow, okay, so I think it's really eye-opening, right? So
Yeah.
basically, because you know, we talks about readiness of the community, in particular of ASEAN. 680 million people, right? I mean, like, it's a huge number we tap into, and 30% of them are young people. 130 million, I mean, around that numbers are basically young people, and they are using AI on everyday basis. And that's so scary if they are not ready, right? And you talks about the readiness level, but then if we refer to Professor Stella this morning, right? So readiness, it doesn't mean that you are able to use AI tools, and then at the end of the day, you are not responsible for it. You just like copy and paste, and I don't know whether this can be categorized as plagiarism as well, but later we will just dive into this with Raj from MasterCard. But at the moment, probably I will just move to our colleague from ASEAN Foundations, Mas Ilan. So there are a lot of challenges, right, happening here. So youth are basically adopting AI in the blunt way, right? So they just use ChatGPT without being responsible for it. And then, but the adoption of AI are very huge in ASEAN, and that's potential numbers. And this is for our local implementing partners as well. And this is talks about readiness, right? So how these programs, basically, Mas Ilan, the AI Ready ASEAN could help to make ASEAN are ready, basically, to adopt AI, because we have this program, right, reaching out 5.5 million people, ASEAN, to make them ready, basically, so to make them be responsible, and probably if you could elaborate more about activities that we are doing, you know, with our local implementing partners, and so that, you know, it shed some light to our audience, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mas Mudi, for the questions. So the question is about the readiness of the ASEAN citizen, especially ASEAN youth in the artificial intelligence. Yeah, I think Pak Remy has mentioned earlier the fact that only 2 AMS, yeah, Pak, are ready to implement, yeah, more or less are ready to implement the artificial intelligence, and the rest are still, you know, are trying to figure out how to implement the artificial intelligence. And I think what the ASEAN Foundation is doing by the AI Ready program is that we are going to, first we are going to develop the module, Mas Mudi. So this module will comprise, you know, some topics related to AI. So these topics are broken down into 3 main subtopics. The first one is about the fundamentals of AI. The second one is the ethics, yeah, security, and the last major subtopic of the module is about how utilize AI. So I think with these 3 major subtopics of the module that we are going to develop, it covers the benefits of AI, as well as the risk, how how ASEAN citizens are able to respond the potential risk that that AI can bring. So I think that's one. And of course, through this module, we are going to work together with our local implementing partners. And I believe most of our local implementing partners are here. So we really look forward to your support, to implement this program, to provide the capacity building to ASEAN young people, to get them ready. So to get them ready, not only to utilize AI, but also to use AI responsibly. Yeah, I think that's the the big topic, the big theme that almost every speaker is highlighting throughout the whole session from the morning until now. So and I think another activity that we will be doing is the AI literacy research, Mas Mudi, and one of the objectives of this research is basically to assess the level of readiness, the level of readiness of educators. So we are targeting educators across the 10 ASEAN countries, in terms of to what extent, the educators across the 10 ASEAN countries are ready to adopt the artificial intelligence. So we are hoping that by the end of the research, we are able to come up with sort of recommendations on AI guideline, AI implementations that is applicable to the whole region, but also specifically applicable to each of the 10 ASEAN member states. So I think that's, those are the two main activities that the ASEAN Ready program is going to implement in the next 1 year and a half. Smoothie.
All right, okay, thank you very much, Masilan. So that's a heavy lifting work. It's gonna be implementing by our local implementing partners, right? So I think everyone's ready, right? Are you ready? All right, I didn't hear any words. Are they basically like having a nervousness at the moment, or maybe they are digesting the elaborations from yourself? So I hope they are ready, and I think let's hit the ground running, like implementing these ambitious programs, right? So we talked about policy, right? We talked about AI in education. We also talked about the execution itself to make ASEAN ready, basically. But right now, as I said, opportunity come with risk, right? So bringing these discussions to a crucial conclusions, Paraj, so ensuring that AI security, ethical use, and trustworthiness in ASEAN. So AI dual role in cybersecurity, right? So I mean, AI presents both opportunity and threat. In cybersecurity, what are the most pressing risks in your perspective that this region is currently facing, particularly concerning to misinformation, data privacies, and also plagiarism? So I think something that Professor Yenny also has mentioned on AI on education as well. Yeah, you pass the mic.
Thanks so much. That's a very good question. But perhaps to set some context, I'll do two things first before I answer the question. One is more of how do we define this thing about cybersecurity, like you mentioned, or cybercrime. Cybersecurity, if you think about it, it pertains to what we used to term network security or security on your device, right? However, if you look at today, we have one or two devices. We interact with them many times each hour, right? So much so that we have increased the attack surface by a lot. And what that means is now a new definition is more important, which is basically cybercrime, which also includes things like scams, which is a huge problem, and financial crime as well, which includes things like money laundering. And if you look at the big numbers, 10 trillion US dollars, that was what has been lost till date on cybercrime overall. Second number, $1 trillion. That was lost just in 2024. So it shows that actually the pace in which cybercrime is escalating, is becoming faster and faster. And really, there are a few reasons. I mentioned attack surface, has increased. Second, obviously, AI has powered it because it has reduced the barriers to entry for bad actors. And essentially, the main reason why it's exploding is because if you look at this thing called a risk-reward ratio for committing cybercrime, it is extremely attractive. So much so that, I speak to my friends in the UN ODC, they see a lot of evidence of, large criminal groups, syndicates actually venturing into scams now in a highly organized way. It's become a new operations for them, and mainly because the rewards are very high and the risks are low. Because I can target someone in another country, and I don't have to worry about being caught because I'm not committing an offense in my own country, right? And so this points to the need for coordination across law enforcement as well. And I think you asked about, I suppose, the opportunities and threats pertaining from specifically AI to cybersecurity. With regard to opportunities, of course there are benefits, right? One of the benefits of AI, it makes everything more productive, everything more efficient. And we have started seeing this in cybersecurity as early as the last 2 or 3 years. And this is something MasterCard does as well. Now we have things like faster threat detection, which is automated, where previously it used to be a manual exercise, right? Cyber incidents can be automatically triaged and responded to, which was previously, again, a manual exercise. And I can also now do predictive security, and this is something MasterCard does a lot with regard to financial crime and securing a lot of the banks that we service as well. So much so that we actually, on this point, just the last 12 months, we've stopped about $20 billion worth of fraud using our AI tools. So that's I suppose, the opportunities. On the threats, unfortunately, it's a longer list, in my opinion. What we are seeing when the first set of generative AI tools was launched, ChatGPT was the first. The amount of social engineering phishing attacks. Phishing attacks, if you don't know, is when someone sends you an email pretending they're someone, but actually they want you to click on something so that they can actually install something quietly on your system and take over your device or take over your credentials. The spike of those kind of attacks went 1,265%. Just when things like ChatGPT came out, and suddenly you have so many specific GPTs, Worm GPT, Fraud GPT on the dark net that actually provides this as a service to you, right? So that's one huge threat that we are seeing. AI-powered attacks has become so much more in scale. Second, I think they are also becoming very intelligent in how they evade normal detection as well. And this is all AI-powered, right? And I think the last one in terms of the threats, which I'll go into your plagiarism question you asked as well, is the deepfakes. Just a few months ago, there was a very, right now I think many of you have heard about this case, but I will say it again. There was a company in Hong Kong, and this financial executive has a very important job because she controls the outflow of money or payments in that company in Hong Kong. She received a video chat call from her CEO, and she was shocked. Why is the CEO calling me, right? And the CEO opens up the video, and in the video there is this boardroom where there is the CFO there and the other senior management in that video chat. And the CEO is telling her, hey, I need you to transfer $25 million to this account because we have an urgent project and there's been delays. Can you do it now? Of course, the financial executive got very scared because the CEO is calling me, my boss is there, and she made the transfer. And then she thought her job was done. Next day, they realized that the CEO said, I made no such call to you. And what she saw on the screen was a very sophisticated deepfake, where everything was generated. They took the likeness of the CEO from conferences like this, where he spoke on YouTube, or what other video channels out there, and they recreated the whole thing. So I think this thing about deepfakes and plagiarism is a real thing. We are seeing it explode as well, and unfortunately, it has gone into the public space where we see nation-state actors as well intentionally putting out content to basically change public opinion, and sometimes for elections as well. and it's only going to increase, unfortunately. So that's what, at least from my opinion, the threats that we see, and we are doing, obviously working with partners to collaborate. And I think the best way, the good and bad thing is the solution also lies in the technology, right? How AI causes these things, AI is also being used to detect such deepfakes. So there are solutions, but what also matters is collaboration. We are only as strongest as our weakest link. If one person gets scammed, the best things we can do is talk to other organizations, share our experience, because a lot of times the same scam is repeated in multiple organizations and multiple jurisdictions. And that's how we can actually, an effective way to stop this, if we share best practices and intelligence.
Yeah, I think the case study that you have been elaborating, I think it's a very eye-opening as well. I think because we talk about opportunities, right? But at the same time, a lot of threats out there. I mean, you've been showcasing the big one, right? But we don't know, I mean, the small one happening in education sectors, for instance, happening in other sectors. I think, I mean, our partners also here, you're doing this project with us, and I think something that you need to be aware of. I think that's why we need to do our risk assessments. And this is a challenge, right, for us, basically for ASEAN community. And that's why we need to work in this together and find solutions. I mean, it's not like we receive one question or one request, and then afterwards we'll just like basically fulfill that request and without basically like filter it or double confirm to I mean the second party or whoever basically in the office, like for instance in the management, right? I think that's a very that's a very good examples being explained has been explained by Raj from Mastercard. And now basically we would like also to open questions and answers. I know that we also provide you with the QR code on the table. So anyone wants to ask a question, so you can also write your questions, and then we will display the questions as well. But we also open questions and to you as well, who would like to take the mic and ask a question to our panelists. So before we open to questions, I will just ask if any of our speakers, would like to share any other case studies, I mean, in terms of how artificial intelligence basically being used to help on educations, or to support the government systems, So any thoughts from your side? So anyone wants to share any examples of the case studies so that they give more flavors basically to our local implementing partners. So Buyeni, you are taking the mic.
Okay.
While waiting the questions from.
Okay. So from my experience, so we have a community services for school. So we give training for teachers. So they have AI literacy. So we explain about how AI works, something like that, and then we also explains about the ethics, and also we give we show how the AI technology works. For example, how to use it's very simple way Google Lens, for example, like thing. So to help students to find the similar object, right, in the classroom. And in the classroom, so maybe as educator, I would like to highlight here that AI is not only technology, but AI is about people, right? So when we design the curriculum, we have to view AI as a human as a center of the AI, right? So when we design the curriculum, so we have to see how to develop the student cognitive skill first before teaching them how to use AI. So we have to put cognitive skill development in the first place before AI. So it's very important for teacher to see this perspective. So for example, if we see from the human-centered AI, So we will create the activity in the classroom. For example, okay, I would like to give how to they explain something and how to, for example, in cognitive science, we know the construksi learning, so how they can explain something and then how they can observe something, so or they doing the experiment. So first put student first before we teach about how to use AI. So after that, if we can give the question. So in inquiry-based learning, so we have to give the question to the students, and students have to answer the question first before using the AI. And also we have the community hub for the parents in the schools. We give a very simple, basic AI skill for parents. So it's very important also because not all parents are aware about the AI technology, right? So they let their children learning with the ChatGPT, something like that. So we have to give AI literacy not only to teacher or students, but also to the parents. So I think it's very important.
That's great. I mean, the parents also basically are very important elements, right? Because I think the program is also targeting parents, to be educated. Just open the questions. Any questions you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a case study, I can share one quick one. It's something that we did in the UK, and now we are starting in the Philippines. And this is, again, comes back to the problem about scams. So if you look at the way in which scammers move money these days, or how they would scam victims, primarily the most common method is account-to-account payments. Means like, I think in Singapore it's called Pay Now, right? So real-time payments using bank account to bank account. So in the UK, there was a law passed back in 2019, 2020, which basically said that who is responsible for scams, and the answer was the banks. That was the decision by the UK government then. So overnight, I think the banks became very concerned because every dollar scammed would be their liability. So they need to show that they're leaving no stone unturned, so to speak. But the problem with the banks were facing is, if I am Bank A, I can only see the transactions in my own bank. I cannot see what's happening in Bank B or Bank C for that matter. And of course, there are banking secrecy laws, so you cannot pass data to each banks. So that's a project where we started engaging with the regulator there, and we worked with all currently 11 of the largest banks, and we said, okay, you pass us that data, and we will make sure that it's not personally identifiable data, so there's no privacy issue. And then we use our AI models to basically score transactions. So every time there's a transaction in the UK, it comes to MasterCard, and it's scored in milliseconds. So almost real time. And I can basically show the web of transactions. For example, if, let's say, if Bank A is making a transaction to someone, he doesn't know who the account is going to, right, in Bank B. Bank B, actually, it might be a scammer's account, but he won't know. But if everyone is sending transactions to me, I can tell you that, hey, that account was associated with a scam 3 months ago. Or that account was associated with a mule account that's being investigated by the police. And then I can pass it along to the other banks. And suddenly, when we implemented that system, this was back about 2-3 years ago, we realized the scam identification went up by 85%, and the total amount of scam losses reduced by 21% in a matter of weeks. So the moral of the story is actually, yes, technology can fix it, but in this case, what was more important was actually the collaboration across organizations, sharing of data, which enabled a very positive use case that was enabled by AI. Yeah.
Okay, and that's why I think policies right now, just now it's mentioned by, Paremi is also very important, but also executions is very important, and that's why we need to know more case studies. And I see Mas Ilan, she would like to share something.
Yeah, just want to share something. I'm not going to share about a specific case on the use of AI, but just want to respond to what Dr. Prof. Yeni has just pointed out regarding human as the core of the artificial intelligence, and I think that's what the AI Ready program is going to do. So when we are developing the modules, when we are providing the capacity building and the training for the youth educators and parents, we want to we will put them as the core at the core of the program. So we want them to be the critical thinkers, and we want them to be the problem solvers. And I think this also resonates to what Prof. Stella this morning has mentioned, that the real outcome of the AI literacy is the human's ability to interpret and evaluate AI-generated recommendations. So I think that's the major outcome that we are trying to achieve from the module development and the training sessions that we are going to implement across the 10 ASEAN countries. Yeah.
Okay, great. Parami, any additional thought? Yeah.
Just to add on what Prof. Mentioned, and Mas Ilan, and also Raj. So totally agree on the human-centered approach, because we're in the ASEAN Guide on AI governance, one of the key principles is human-centered AI, human-centered approach. So human must be at the center, because of, I mean, so many risks, right? When you can share about societal biases, safety risk assessment, and also on the data privacy concerns, right? And actually, even just want to share that if you want to say that how I received this question yesterday. I was at the University of Indonesia yesterday for a panel discussion, also about AI, right? So one of the questions that I was posed yesterday: how can we build an effective building block for AI governance? So I actually told them that, okay, there are several measures, several key building blocks, but one of the most important building block is that we need to have, in each AMS needs to have personal data protections and privacy. That means you need to have a personal data protection, because it resonates with what Raj mentions, that it happened beyond jurisdictions, right? We need to have data protections and privacy, so that we can protect, especially on the personal informations. Also, yesterday I was asked about when it comes to education, right? So there was a question that, is AI only for IT student, computer science student? I said, no, of course not. It actually encompasses all of you. If you study accounting, you should be worried, because you might be replaced, right? So one of the most affected, I think that job will be affected. I mean, I'm sure you have seen the list, right? But I remember that accounting is one of them, right? And of course, at the lower tier level, have to start. I think this is where the AI Ready ASEAN program is relevant, because it provides reskilling and also upskilling. But I also want to emphasize that reskilling and upskilling is not only for young people. Actually, the elder generation also need to be reskilled, right? You remember the intern movie? Someone needs to be reskilled, right? To be reskilled, so that after retirement, they can also have a work opportunity. So this is, I think, if this program is able to provide that, I think that would be great. Thank you. I think that's all.
Thank you very much. So now, I think we don't have much time, but we are open to questions. I think 2 people raise hand, but I think, okay, I think 1, and then 2, and then 3. So I think we'll just open 3 questions for now, and then let's see if you can tell your names, and then a very quick questions to address to who, basically, in the stage.
Thank you. My name Ron from Cambodia. Very interesting about this panel discussion, especially about ethics and governance. And I feel that whole discussion, it seems we are talking about threat. So we are afraid of and try to protect AI. So my question, but before to the question, I just want to relate Cambodia or some other country are still in the early stage of AI adoption with limited resource like infrastructure, expertise, and policy. So, and as we know, many AI models are trained on data set that are not fully represent Cambodia or other country in terms of language, culture, or society. So how can ASEAN ensure that AI system deployed in the region are culturally and ethically aligned? So this is my question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so probably we'll just collect questions first from the...
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I answer your question? All right.
You want to respond?
Maybe I'll respond first.
Okay, very
then
quick
I'll give
one.
the
We
floor
have
to
like
Mas
2 more
Ilan, yeah?
questions coming
yeah,
in.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a great question. How we can, I think develop responsible AI. I think that's what you mean. So I mentioned just now about build effective block, yeah, the effective block, building block for develop governing AI. So basically, one of the the first step that a country needs to do for a building block is to develop the national AI strategy. Right, that's the first thing. You need to have a national AI strategy, and then after that, when you have your national AI strategy, of course you have to implement it, right? So you need to have a implementing team. I would say PMT probably, yeah, it might be an agency to do that, to implement it. Okay, that's second. So after that, you also need to develop your national AI guidelines, right? National AI ethics, right? So just to share what was happening around ASEAN, I think in Indonesia right now is drafting a guideline, national AI regulation, national regulation on AI guideline. It's still in the drafting process. In Singapore, yep, you already have this AI guideline. In Malaysia, they have launched the national AI guideline last year, and now they have launched the National AI Office to implement, to drive AI adoption at the national level. So I think this is what other countries should emulate, right? So you need to have this, first, national AI strategy, national AI guidelines, national AI ethics, yeah? And then you also need to strengthen your data protection and privacy, right? So because that will be the key measures to protect, right? And then after that, you have to do awareness. Of course, you need to be supported by research, right? Right? Key policies, or what we're going to do. And basically, and finally, the last building block is on the awareness, right? Literacy, right? So one of them, if you want to discuss further, we can have further discussion later. I'm happy to share.
Well, thank you. So Mas Ilan, you want to quickly respond to that before we pass the questions to others, and then the other speakers?
Yes, I think I'm going to respond to that question from the perspective of the ASEAN Foundation in terms of the AI project awareness, AI awareness. I think we understand that when we are doing this AI Ready program, we see, some challenges. We understand that each AMS has a different level of readiness and infrastructure in adopting this AI. So that's why one of the strategies that the ASEAN Foundation is doing is basically to work with the local implementing partners from the 10 ASEAN countries. So we are expecting that each of these partners is able to localize and contextualize the module that we have developed. So basically the module is there. We have developed the module that we are also expecting each partner to be able to make sure that all the materials in the module are relevant, yeah, for the local context. So that's why that's what the ASEAN Foundation is doing. That's the first thing that we do. And second one is, of course, English proficiency is also a challenge, yeah, especially if you want to reach out to underserved communities. So that's why we are also expecting each local implementing partner to be able to translate the module into their local languages. So I think that's the second strategy that we do to make sure that our program, our module is relevant, a part of responding to the challenges that we have in implementing this artificial intelligence. So I think that would be my response to that question.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll pass the questions to the lady, I think behind Mr. Sovana, the one that asked the questions the first time. Yeah, so if you can
Good afternoon.
very quick in terms of the questions, so that
Yes.
we don't have that much time. Yeah.
I am Chichi from Cyber Guardians Philippines. All right. Our advocacy is focused on protecting children from online sexual abuse and exploitation, cyberbullying, and all other forms of cyber threats against children. This project is very ambitious, and I totally agree that this must be human-centered, and we have to have a ready and responsible capacity building where the participants are trained to become ready and responsible to use AI. But I also see that it cannot be successful without a whole-of-nation approach, like involving the family, the schools, churches, the local and the national government, which brings me to an observation that it's a pity that there is no representative, at least from my country. The Department of Information and Communications Technology is not here. They're not represented. So the local implementing partner, after this and after we go through the 3 days, we go back to our country, and we're all excited to implement this, but we will only be able to do as much without the support of the national government. Okay, my second comment, early this morning, I had a good chat with Raj, and I shared a personal experience. You know, it's embarrassing. But I represent the elderly, the retired, and it seems that we are the target of the scammers. And, you know, as technology progresses, the scamming method also upgrades, right? But we do not get the training to, discern. So my particular question to Raj, and I hope he can share, the thing is, when you go, I went to the anti-cybercrime group, Philippine National Police, Facebook, and everywhere else I contacted. But the thing is, they would say, next time, be careful. So, when you are scammed, that's it. Be careful. Is there a way that, the scammers can be held liable and the person scammed can get back what was lost? Can that be addressed, MasterCard maybe? Because this involves a bank in the Philippines.
Okay, so you're addressing the questions to Raj. So you want to respond now, Raj?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for sharing, Chichi. I totally sympathize. My wife was also scammed a few months ago. I'll tell you the story later. But just to reassure you, scammers don't look at age anymore. Maybe they did, but now they don't. So my wife is in her early 40s, so they target everyone now. I think this comes back to the earlier point. Until at each country level, we can assign who is liable for the scam losses, whose responsibility is it? These kind of questions will always come up. I think there are some governments which has very clearly said that, in the UK, it is the bank's responsibility. So the bank stepped up. And the banks, if you were living in the UK, the banks would have reimbursed you, Chichi. If you were in Singapore, the banks and the telcos would have reimbursed you because the government has said that the banks and telcos are equally responsible. In some countries, they are saying it's the banks, the telcos, and the social media platforms as well. But I think this is an evolving debate. It's becoming more and more. Obviously, the UK took the lead back in 2020, but I foresee that this will become a very pertinent issue across ASEAN. And in fact, I think ASEAN is very well placed, given that it's a convening body. If this is an important enough issue, ASEAN then can rise up and say, hey, I think ASEAN governments, you need to make a decision who is responsible for scams in each of your country. And I think the ASEAN has set up a committee on anti-online scams. So I think that is a good approach, but it will take time, unfortunately. And in the meantime, we need to all be very aware. And I think this kind of stories is important because when we share more, we are all more alert. So there needs to be a healthy sense of paranoia almost. If it's too good to be true, most likely it is a scam, right? So until that point, I think we need to be extremely vigilant that way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to answer one last question. So MasterCard, we process the transactions, yes, but it is the banks that eventually deals with the customers. So typically, usually it's the banks that would engage you that way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Raj. So I've been reminding by the committee that no more questions. So sorry, so the time is up, but I would like to give, I think, one more rounds to our speakers to just provide like your final thought. You know, like in the very, I think in a very short sentences. I think to the audience here about the topic that we discussed today, about readiness, you know, about risks, about policy directions, and about impact as well. So probably, you know, who wants to start first? You know, like your final message. So
I'll start since we started that way just now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to borrow Dr. Sak's quote just now. He said, don't regulate the tech, regulate its users. I mean, I think this is a very apt one because technology itself is not good or bad. It is really our use and intent of it. So I think it's how we put guardrails that will make the difference, whether this is a bigger opportunity or a bigger threat.
Okay, thank you very much, Rad. Yeah. So Masilan.
Yeah, I just want to conclude my sharing session regarding the AI Ready program. So basically, tomorrow we will have induction session for all local implementing partners, and we are hoping that everyone can actively engage in that discussions, because we are also collecting feedback from all of you regarding how we are able to work together, we are able to collaborate together to execute this project. So yeah, we are looking for your feedback to ensure that this project is implemented successfully. Thank you.
Professor Yeni.
Okay, so maybe I would like to emphasize again that AI is not about technology, right? AI is about people. So we have to concern how to develop people first. And then AI literacy is the most important things that we have to conduct in our program, because with AI literacy, I think AI literacy not only for computer science or for someone who work with the AI, but for all people, because with AI literacy, we know about the ethics, and also we can use the AI with responsibility. So maybe that's all my...
Thank you. Last, Remy.
I just want to emphasize that, after all, what we need to remember that we need to strike the balance between the advantages, the benefits of AI, along with its associated risks, right? I think we need to find the balance there. And that's why ASEAN, our approach is very much on striking the balance between these benefits and its risks. And simply because we are a growing regions, we need to grow, right? And that's why we need to strike the balance, to find to get a perfect balance. We need AI literacy, and that's why we welcome the initiative by the ASEAN Foundation on AI Ready ASEAN, because this will instill the AI literacy in ASEAN. Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause to our speakers. Yeah. So as we wrap up these discussions, I think one key takeaway from the discussions that AI feature requires a multi-stakeholder approach, I believe, and also one that balances innovations with security, inclusivity, and also ethical governance. So I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to our experts and speakers for sharing their insight, and to all of you who are very engaging. So I think our participants are very engaging, right? I mean, fortunately, they are not, basically like yawning and all that. And then thanks for their participations. And I would like also to remind all the participants to fill in the feedback form through the QR code in your tables. So with that, I would like to finish my duty here as a moderator. So I would like to thank you, everyone, for your participations and also the speakers. And I would like to pass back to MC. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing discussion we had just now specifically on how to use AI ethically especially also in the development of the AI itself. So with the last discussion being concluded, it is also marks the end of the regional convening session for the AI Ready ASEAN for today's event. But I also would like to emphasize on the local implementing partners. Please remain on the venue as we are going to go for the next event after the short break later on that we are going to focus more. So we're going to do a focus group discussion for the local implementing partners. So please remain on this venue. And for the other participants who are not part of the LIPs, you may actually leave the venue and also continue to your next agenda. And we are also have provided the coffee break on the left and the right side of this room. So you may refresh yourself a little bit, and we're going back here in 10 minutes. Once again, I would like to also remind the participants to fill the feedback form by scanning the paper that is provided and also the barcode that is already available on the table. You may fill up the feedback, and every feedback that you give to us means so much. So we'll see you again in 10 minutes for the focus group discussion with the local implementing partners, and enjoy your coffee break, everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting closer with the focus group discussion. So for those local implementing partners who are still outside, please return to the venue as we are going to start very soon. Once again, to all of the local implementing partners who are still outside, we kindly invite you to return back to this venue as we are going to start the focus group discussion shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, local implementing partners who are still outside of the venue, please kindly return back to our venue as we are starting our focus group discussions very shortly. Once again, for all of the local implementing partners who are still outside, please kindly return to the venue as we are starting our focus group discussion shortly. All right, good afternoon. Welcome back to all of the local implementing partners in our main venue for today's AI Ready ASEAN First Regional Policy Convening. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, you are already seated with some of the other local implementing partners, and in front of you there is a flip chart in each table. So today, in this very great session, we're going to do a very light focus group discussion. So we are going to talk more on what AI initiative that you have already brought, within the regional and each country's local implementing partners. So basically, this session, I'm not going to be doing it alone. I will be accompanied by two of my great partners here. We have Kak Intan and also Mas Rifo, who will be joining us for this very light focus group discussion. So Kak Intan and Mas Rifo will be assisting this focus group discussion in one of the table. So Kak Intan, you will be assisting this table. Mas Rifo, you'll be assisting that table, and I will be assisting the table in the middle. So basically, our today's goal is to refine and strengthen strategic work plans for the AI Ready program through structured interactive discussion at the end of our discussion. So for today's focus group discussion, we are going to have a facilitative guidelines for the discussion. The discussion will last for only, sadly, 15 minutes because of the limited time. So there are several questions that we need to tackle in this specific discussion. Okay, so maybe some of you may take notes on the question later on, and we are going to also emphasize that later in the group. So I think we can just start the discussion. Kak Intan and Mas Rivo, we can go to the designated table. I'll be sitting here.